Hey, welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write Automat. Let me show it quickly. So, this is how it looks like. It's a tool that can record and replay macros, and it's composed of many smaller devices that can be assembled together to do different things. So we have things like that. This is a hotkey, and the hotkey is connected to a switch that can be flipped on and off. When I press F3, you can see the switch lights on. It was connected to macro recorder, and this connection allows me to record macros whenever I press F3. And whenever I press F4, I can start playing them back. Once recorded, the macro plays back continuously, over and over. So this is one thing. Can I grab those objects? Yeah. This is something we've done quite a long time ago. The most recent addition is this turtle. This turtle can move the mouse cursor around. I'm going to change this widget. I really like the idea of having a turtle carry mouse pointer, but I will switch this to something similar to this, to our boring old mouse. It's unfortunate, but mouse, I think we need mouse to make it more clear that those objects, those button press objects and the mouse movement, they should look similar because they are doing the same thing. We shouldn't use the device icon in one place and the cursor in another place. And this whole environment is skeuomorphic, so it should resemble physical objects, not digital objects. And this doesn't just look that great, really. If I probably replaced the cursor instead of pixelated, maybe if I had a sharper one, maybe then it would look better. But that would require more design, and I would have to replace those as well. So the turtle will go away, but not today. The plan for today is to just save mouse coordinates. We can record them. If I press record, I can do kind of funny shape. Stop this. Then when I scroll back here, now I can play back this macro, and it's going to move my cursor in exactly the same shape. Yeah, my hands are here, but it's still moving. So here I had a macro that was actually using yesterday to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, and we are going to play this game a little bit today as well. After we implement the save mouse coordinates, we will do a little bit macroing in Kingdom Come. But that will come in a moment. Okay, now I should be able to grab this whole thing and put this here. And I will... Actually, I think I could delete this whole macro. Yeah. Okay. So the plan for right now is we will work on this persistence, saving and loading mouse coordinates. And after we're done, we will do a little bit of Kingdom Come. And then we will see. Maybe we'll replace the widget with a better one. Before we proceed, I may mention the problem that we have with mouse acceleration. So right now, to properly record a macro that will work in a game, I have to disable mouse acceleration. It is annoying. I think macro recorder should take care of replaying events with proper mouse acceleration and raw mouse data. This is going to be super tricky to do properly, but we will try. There are different strategies we could use. So let me talk about this for a moment. So right now, we are recording the effective mouse movement. So options, different options. This is option 1. Option 2 is to record and replay non-accelerated, the raw mouse deltas. We could also try to record absolute coordinates. And of course, each of them breaks somewhere. So this one doesn't work in games that expect raw input. This one doesn't work on desktop applications which expect consistent coordinates. I mean, because the cursor movement on screen depends on those accelerated mouse movement, replaying the raw doesn't quite work. And the record and replay, this doesn't work in games that capture the mouse pointer. I would actually immediately cross this idea of absolute mouse cursor, mouse position. This is actually how AutoHotkey does this. I took a look at AutoHotkey source code. But I've seen that AutoHotkey employs a number of tricks to make it actually work. Like one thing that AutoHotkey does is it doesn't actually record mouse position, you script it. So you tell the script how far to move the pointer. And because you do this in this scripting environment, you can adjust the position. So they don't really need to care about acceleration. They can whatever you write in the script, AutoHotkey will do this. And I think when it's playing back commands for games, it actually has a stateful loop that keeps track of the mouse position on screen and keeps moving it with some delays by some delta, if you tell it to. The AutoHotkey solution is very not elegant, not portable. It's very ad hoc, and it's definitely going to cause a lot of problems for many use cases. So we will definitely not do it like that. But it's an interesting idea. So AutoHotkey sort of emulates absolute cursor position by warping the cursor and then sending deltas. Okay, and out of those two, it seems like if we record accelerated mouse position, then we have to reinject those events. And I mean, we could actually, no, the only way to reconcile those two problems, games that expect raw input and desktop apps that expect accelerated chords, is to provide them with events that contain both of those values. So this is what we need to do to kind of solve those two problems at the same time. This is the only way. The events that Automat generates and it's very tricky to inject such events. The xtest extension doesn't allow this, and xtest extension seems like it wasn't meant to do this event replay. So even though we are using it, it's actually quite fine. Probably we shouldn't depend too much on xtest, because xtest may not be the way we will do this eventually in the future. Okay, so how we can set those raw and accelerated positions correctly? So desktop apps accelerated, expect accelerated chords. What options do we have? If we want to set both correctly, option 1, we could try to record both and find a way to reinject events with with both of those properties configured, this is not going to be X-test. So actually it's very hard to inject custom acceleration profile into Xorg. We could roll out our own Xorg server, so the game, instead of being displayed on desktop, would display itself inside Automat. This will give us the ultimate control. But it's also a lot of work. We could embed the XY land or something like that. But still, a ton of work to maintain it. And it limits the options that players have when playing a game, because instead of just launching a game and playing it, you would have to be careful and launch it within Automat. It's definitely going to be confusing, and it's not going to be a great experience. There was this libEI. I'm not sure how this works. I will have to take a look how it interacts with X11. This is a blog by Peter Hatterer. I think he was an ex, or he is maybe still X Foundation developer, probably, I guess. He writes a lot of valuable documentation on his blog. I mean, on one hand side, it's nice that he writes this documentation, but this is probably worse than having a proper documentation somewhere, like a searchable website with documented protocols. Instead of reading about protocols, you have to basically scan his blog. That's the way how it works in X11. Okay. So other approach is to record just raw events. And so we could set up the same type of acceleration on X-test that the raw device have. This can be done with some lib input properties. It's possible to do this from code. It shouldn't actually be that hard. It opens some problems. So there's like a side effect of running Automat. When would we do this? We don't want to leave a mess. We don't want to leave X-test device with some broken acceleration profile, because this could mess with other apps. It would just be a little bit, I think, probably nobody would notice, but it would cause problems. When would we do this? Would it be like Automat startup? Would it be maybe like a separate object which activates whenever the macro timeline plays? So this definitely should be automatic. This should not involve any action from the user. This should just work. So any sort of manual setup is out of the question. Okay, so that was one option. Another option, in like a different path from using xtest, we could replay those events directly on the kernel level input device. Input devices have this property that when you read from them, they give you input events, but any application can also write to those devices, and this way you can replay those events. I think I showed it during some stream a long time ago. The advantage here is that this mouse device is going to have exact the same acceleration profile setup. So acceleration we will be able to basically forget this problem. The potential problem, I would have to check whether this is really an issue, is do we have access to input devices? I think my user belongs to the input group, but I'm not sure if, for instance, on Ubuntu or other operating systems, do you have access to this group? So maybe it is possible, it's hard to say. We'd essentially have to test it. If the user doesn't belong to the input group, then we would probably have to set this up. Like display some request for permissions and add the user to the right group. other idea is to create a new input device. I'm not sure if we can do this at the Xorg level. I mean, we don't really need to use lib input. We can also use the Linux directly. So on Xorg, devices have those drivers. I think kernel level is probably the way. But it has the same issue. Like, we need the user needs to be part of this input group. And additionally, we would have to replicate the lib input configuration. So it's going to require quite a bit of work. I think the best way to proceed will be to try to replay those events directly on the mouse device. And there's actually one more piece of work that would have to happen for this to work. We would have to spoof a very, I think, device-specific HID report. So we would have to parse the device HID descriptor, and this topic, fixed mouse acceleration, this is a true rabbit hole. This custom X11 server is also a fun idea. A lot of work, but it would also give us a lot of power. The game could run completely within Automat, so you would have your mouse pointer free to do whatever you want when the game is being automated. Yeah, a lot of power actually comes from having access to X11. There are maybe some hacky options as well. We could hook the external Xorg server, like install, basically attach to the process, rewrite some of the functions that are used there to process events. To basically inject Automat code into another process. This may be fragile. It's hard to say. Xorg, I heard it's not being developed much. So maybe we could get like 10 years of working out of this simple hook before it breaks. Okay, I think I like this approach the most. We will see how this plays out. Maybe I should actually document this. So let me open documentation. Docs, design. So desktop applications actually, they tend to rely on absolute pointer coordinates, not deltas. This is what is actually part of the X protocol. The X protocol always provides absolute pointer position. AutoHotkey was mostly written with Windows in mind, so it actually has... it's very Windows specific. This wouldn't quite work because it works as long as you can carefully adjust the script. Okay, so there is this. There is so there is this library by Peter Hatterer, libei, that maybe supports this. I wouldn't be so too optimistic though. It doesn't look like. I mean, this integrated X11 server, it wouldn't be so bad because that would allow us to do a lot of things that I would like Automat to do eventually. So this integrated X11 is very tempting. If we have integrated X11 server, then we can emulate arbitrary number of internal pointers. If we have embedded X11 server, then we could run many games in parallel, like the same game, many windows, automating each of them. This is a real a killer feature, this embedded server. But it has to happen. Like, I think sooner or later we will have to do this. I think if I have some kind of break, I may experiment with this. Maybe it's possible to make it work. Because what we really need is we need a minimal X11 server that can run a game and where we can intercept the game texture. We don't want this server to read the actual input devices even, we will provide fake input ourselves. Okay. Let's call this A. And then we have option B. We just record row events. Okay, the big to-do here is that this will need an X timestamp recording and replay. Or not X timestamps. When X server calculates acceleration, it relies on those timestamps from device to calculate the speed of the device, how fast you are moving this. So all of the solutions from this category will need timestamp recording. Okay. I will copy all of those. So the acceleration issue goes away as long as we keep the timestamps. So we are super precise with timestamps. We're going with plan B2. Hopefully it will work. This is the only thing we have hope. Right now, Automat is usable already with the X test that we have. The only thing I need to take care of is I need to do this. I need to switch off mouse acceleration when I'm playing games. Yeah, and to be honest, I don't really trust the reproducibility of the acceleration curve. I think the functions which are in libinput that handle acceleration, I think they may be super sensitive to those timestamps, and very subtle differences will cause issues. But we will nonetheless try to do this. So okay, that was the big thing I wanted to do on stream. And I think maybe there are more paths to make it work. Like, yeah, one big one would be to, in this thread, we'd also have solution for. This would be to send those events directly. Directly to the game window. But if I remember correctly, it's hit and miss. It really depends on how the app processes the events, whether this will work. This could also be nice. As a last resort, we will go with plan A2. Okay, let's go to our mouse move and timeline. Actually, just the timeline. This is what we want. Try deserialize field, serialize. Those couple of functions are all we need. I want to see how it's implemented for the other type of track. It should be somewhere here. Not track, serialized state. Okay, move my functions down here as well. Oh, maybe AI will help us here. This actually looks like a perfect job for AI. This is a massive file, 2000 lines. Is it going to explode? So first, before we proceed, record mouse playback plans. I will push those changes so that I have a backup, and let's go. Try deserialize field and deserialize state. Oh no, it's reading 100 lines at a time. If it was trying to implement this from scratch, it would invent its own way of serializing and deserializing things, and we have already good mechanisms for that. Literally 10 lines above, there is deserialize for on-off track, and it should use the exact same approach. That should be copy and paste job, essentially. Do I want to edit this file? Yes, and on task I have a backup, so I can go back if I need to. Let's, by the way, read how we serialize stuff now. Key is not null. It's never null. Why does it check for null? This is strange. Okay, so we are going track base serialize state. This will serialize all of the timestamps. And then we do values. And for each object we have x and y. I think it will be better to serialize this as an array. Much less work. Okay, looks good. Oh yeah, I've configured Claude to run Automat and do a screenshot whenever it finishes work to make sure it properly works. It looks fine, looks fine. Should we do this skip? Yeah, there should be the same comment as here. Yeah, this deserialized state should be left unimplemented. So instead of asking the AI to do this again, it's going to take a while. I will just do this myself. Start array, 2 doubles. Actually, it will be a float. Doesn't matter. Array view has an iterator. Cool. We could even serialize this as 2 separate arrays for x's and y's, which would probably compress better, but for the user who may want to process this JSON, I think this representation is going to look nicer. Okay. Let's try to run Automat now. We'll delete pretty much everything here, because I want just a macro recorder that records mouse position. Cool, we have a simple track. There's a bunch of events, actually a lot of them. So I'm going to save this now and inspect it. This is massive. So timestamps, yeah, those are our timestamps, look great. And our values. It's x0, y, x, y. Those fractional parts, this is the effect of acceleration. Acceleration and sensitivity. Okay, one interesting thing is that this track, it doesn't have a name. Or no, it does. Tracks, and track has a name and type. Okay. Oh, and this also explains why we have this check if key. Key is not null. Because when we serialize a track, we sometimes serialize it into an array. Okay, that should restore properly. Okay, I should be able to play it now. Yeah. Now my mouse is going to make those movements over and over. Cool. This works. When I saw this here. Wait. Do I want cursor running in the background? I guess it doesn't hurt. Okay, so the to switch this off now. The Claude was helpful. It actually wrote reasonable code. Not many changes were necessary. I realize I got so used to mouse acceleration. It feels so strange without it. So what are we going to do now? Now we're going to play Kingdom Come a little bit. I'm still doing alchemy macros, so we are still going to play with alchemy. I think I should be able to keep Automat maybe here. Here. I need the couple of those. This. Kingdom Come has very resource-intensive main menu. It's very laggy. It causes problems for anything that runs at the same time. I'm going to use F3 and F4 to drive my macros. And I will save this window by closing and reopening it. I should probably add a save button to a save action kind of to Automat. Okay, let's run Automat. It didn't restore at the same position. And it didn't have the always on top bit. Anyway, so it's telling me I need a light. It's like a beacon. It's like a ship transponder, more like. So I'm looking around for herb gardens, because in some herb gardens you will find sage, and I need sage right now. It's an ingredient for many potions. So I visited this place. I'm looking for those flowers. Okay, there is one herb garden here. Okay, I guess it makes sense to just go and check it out. The amount of ambushes is crazy in this game. Oh, I need to change something. Okay. This is how horses in this game work. Just constantly throw you off. It's worst when you're near bandits, you pass the bandits and they somehow make the horse throw you off from behind, I don't know, by screaming. They scare the horse and the horse drops you. Fighting from horse is almost impossible. This is our herb garden, and I think this is sage. Yeah, perfect. Huge amounts of sage. And St. John's wort. Yes, this is exactly what I needed. This will produce a lot of potions. Hey.
TP Chica says,
Mr. Sir.
Okay, this is actually all I needed. I don't need anything else.
Whoa, robot smart to know what Mr. means.
Yeah, and try to type any URL and it's going to... I mean, I have a special hook to replace URLs with URL, but... it does this funny thing that synthesizers do when you just type a lot of random letters, where it does it best to actually try to pronounce it.
URL.
Yeah. Okay, now what I need is alchemy table.
Says, hello CP Chica. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English.
Hey. I don't know why, but it thought that there is a 99% confidence that you wrote this in Polish. This is what my debug terminal shows me. Tavern. Okay, here is an alchemy table.
CP Chica says,
Well, Twitch learned Slavic. Okay, we just passed two bandits, so the horse is very likely to go crazy.
Okay, it didn't. It didn't. Nice. So somewhere there is an alchemy table. And I have some recipes for quite a few potions. Okay, let's go. Character needs to eat something. Cool. Oh, another herb garden. I will keep those herbs on the ground, because on the ground they don't lose freshness. But if there is valerian, I might grab valerian. Is this valerian? No. Dry the broken herbs. No, I don't have any broken herbs. Okay, time to save. I have some recipes for potions. Let's see. What do we have? Lose less HP, bleed less. So the potions I would like to brew are Aqua Vitalis. This is for HP loss. And I would like to brew something like 100 of each. We have a macro, so macro is going to do the work now. And Misia. Bane would be interesting for being OP, but I don't have Belladonna or this mushroom. This is a big one. Buck's blood. I would do Coccarelli if I had Valerian. I will see. Maybe I can brew something. Fox would be nice. Oh, dog. Around the dog, yeah. Moonshine, yeah. The way you level up, this game actually has a skill for drinking, and you level it up by drinking strong spirits, so we'll make some moonshine. Nighthawk. Painkiller brew, absolutely. Okay, I will actually start with those two, Hair of the Dog and Moonshine. The first one is more important. So we need Sage, St. John's Wort and Mint. A lot of boiling. This should be fairly easy. I don't know why it's showing me the Dvorak key layout here. Okay. We need Sage. St. John's Wort and Mint. I will reset the mouse pointer. We start by adding Sage, St. John's Wort to the cauldron. Okay. Actually, I will leave and come back, because I have to reset the macro again. Start by resetting the mouse, finding water. So I'm hoping that my pointer accuracy is very good right now, because I'm not stabilizing the pointer by pushing it against the edge now. Once it's finished, move it up. Now I will reset. Grab mint. Grind it. And the hard point is probably the most tricky element in this whole recipe. Finally, I can pour and click escape, close, and the macro is complete. Yes. So all of those objects can move right here. Don't want to press F3 automatically. And I can see if this works. It's even flipping the hourglass, which is totally optional, I think. That was a single key, and it basically repeated the whole process. I will make it a loop now, so that I can just have it running continuously. I don't know why it jumped into the corner of the screen. That was weird. Oh, I think I know why. Yeah. It's because how I implemented the cutting of mouse movement. It doesn't actually remove it completely, it folds it into a single event. This could be a problem. there needs to be a way to clear a timeline track. Right now there is no such way. I think this is enough of those potions. The next one that we will make is going to be the moonshine. Yeah. $24. Or actually, maybe I don't need this moonshine. I will try to level the alchemy just right away using the stuff that I already have. Okay. The limit apparently is the amount of food that we have, the character overrate basically. We can drink one of those and that should remove the drunkenness. So we'll need some potions that will reduce the nourishment of the character. It's going to be tricky. I will start with the... So this one we can mark as done. Which potion decreases nourishment? Digestive potion. Okay, time to clear this. Okay, and the problem is that even now we have one event in this queue. Actually, I have a way to clear this. I will close this manually. I will open it here in this editor, and I can now remove this timestamp. Okay, time to make the moonshine. We are going to need mint and wormwood. The base is spirit. Okay, I think there is, it should be possible to do this very, very quickly. I will try this. Up, please. I think when it goes slightly after half point, I move it up and distill. That should be it. Okay, it has no quality. It was a slightly faster way because we didn't turn the hourglass over and over. Yeah. I haven't been resetting the position of the mouse pointer for a long time. There is a chance that it's going to run off. Honestly, it looks good. It makes 11 at a time. Insane amount of alcohol. There's a quest later in the game where there is a siege and you need to endure the siege. Like, with this amount of moonshine in our inventory, this siege is not going to be any problem. Okay, I guess I will make some tea and that should be another like 1 or 2 batches of moonshine. I'll be right back. Okay, I guess for moonshine, that's going to be it. Let's see how many of them I have now. Yes, my character is now over encumbered from the number of potions I have. 77. Nice. I think this should be enough to get maximum level. Next thing I would like to craft will be... Still have enough moonshine. Digestive potion. This is the other necessary ingredient for farming the drinking skill. So to do this I need nettle. I have tons of nettle. Actually no, just 7. I need more. Does my horse have any? Okay, so I need to collect more nettle. Charcoal. I have 5. And thistle. Actually, this should be enough. I'm not going to need that many of them, I think. So here is the recipe. The base for this potion is water. We are adding thistle. 2 of thistle actually. Okay, we have enough. And then 1 nettle. And then charcoal without burning anything. Okay. What is the effect? Okay, ideally we want this strong effect, but both should be fine. I'm restarting Automat to have a fresh macro. We're going to record a new one. So let's go. Inventory. Want charcoal, nettle and thistle. The base I need to reset is going to be water. I'm not doing any resets right now. The mouse position is... If this works, I am going to be impressed, but I'm not having my hopes up. Okay, now let's play this back. It's going so well. If we can click the vial now, it's going to... Wow. This is so stable. This is way more stable than I expected. I expected we would have to constantly correct the mouse position. It just works. There's something interesting happening in Automat because the mouse seems to affect... It seems to make Automat think that the mouse is moving around. Okay, I will actually stop it here. Because maybe this is enough. Maybe I don't need to burn through my remaining charcoal. Let's open inventory. Henry's digestive potion. That should have decreased my nourishment. Minus 20.
Change of fact.
Okay, it works. Oh, it decreases slowly. Who's that? So this is time to drink moonshine. Actually, schnapps is like a better version of moonshine.
You just lost a flask of wine.
The nourishment stopped decreasing. I'm for more of this digestive potion. So I have 133. And that should go down now. It's going down, but slowly. This is a rare ingredient, henbane. Okay, 102. And it stopped. Time to drink more moonshine. It should decrease nourishment by 30. It definitely is not 30 right now. It should decrease more. Okay, now it looks reasonable. Drinking more moonshine. And one more digestive potion. That should level the drinking skill of the character fairly quickly. Skills drinking. Okay, we don't want this. This is the last skill we will take. I think they are doing some action outside, like throwing the seeds in the field. $115, okay, this is good. We should be able to drink more moonshine now. And a new digestive potion. Perfect. So each round is like a level of drinking. Cool. More moonshine. So there is a counter at the bottom of the screen that shows when my character will pass out. I need to drink the potion that removes drunkenness before that happens. Okay. I think this is the time. Yeah. Then we're not drunk anymore. Leveling drinking actually takes a little bit of time, even with all those potions. I don't know what's the reason why some potions they have immediate effect, while others, such a slow one. I thought the reason for this digestion potion is that Henry just throws up, and you know, this is how it cures poisoning. But apparently, I don't know, it burns this nourishment, I don't know. Should be using this as well. This increases my experience gain. Okay, I will need to get more charcoal and more belladonna. Drinking only 26. I think we'll need more of this digestive potion and more of moonshine. Like, save 4 more batches of moonshine. Or more even. Okay, time to do more alchemy. Okay, and just to be sure, one more round. I'm still amazed by the accuracy of those mouse movements. I basically stopped this motion when I hit the mouse against the edge of the screen to reset the mouse position, because it's so consistent. I did this only once, I think at the start of the recipe. After that, there is no need. So I think we should have like 18 of those potions. Way more than we need. 15. Should be enough. Should be plenty. So we need just 6 more skill maybe.
Been impressed by how non-contextual Automat is.
Okay, now I have to... The stuff, the mouse actually makes it feel different. Before, when it was just recording and replaying keys, it was like this very dumb tool that can just, you know, press keys. But the mouse movement, it makes it look and work. It makes it kind of very organic. I don't know how to call this, but it feels different when it moves the mouse. Okay, I have a fresh macro. We need to make more moonshine. Okay, so let's start recording. Mint and wormwood. Basis spirit. So last time we got 11 from a single round. Let's see how much now. The same. Okay, let's go. The strangest thing is how natural the movement feels like. When it's moving the cursor, it's like there was somebody playing the game. And this could be good for speedruns. Because I can edit those tracks. For example, each of the mouse movements, I can actually squeeze it to make it super fast. So that it immediately... Like, instead of sending 1,000 mouse motion updates, I can send one which aggregates all of them. It seems like the game is going to parse this correctly. Okay, maybe a couple more rounds. It's nothing that stops us from accumulating more of this moonshine. The only thing I wish was possible now is the ability to do other things on the PC when it plays the game. Okay, actually, that's enough. And that should be enough to get to max level drinking. That was the point. So our character just spent the whole day in this alchemy shop making moonshine. Yeah. So drinking is maxed out.
Want to see cursed AI code?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
URL.
Build type header for my game generated by Mistral.
Is this Mistral Devstral? Because they have this version optimized for coding that possibly could do just, you know, one of those header guards. Retries and build type.
Yes.
Actually, I wanted to do something similar with those const exp and definitions.
To be honest and kinda digging into triple namespace, instead of wrapping it into static class struct.
Namespace probably is more, you know, there's this thing with expressing intention through code, so a class is something that, you know, it describes a category of objects. So static class is more like, it doesn't really, it's more like a workaround for, I mean, in C++ you don't have any static classes, you have just static members of classes. But if it was a class, then even if it had static member, then it could be instantiated. This doesn't make sense. It's like, what's the point having a class? I mean, this could be written like that, right? I mean, and honestly, the type could be a variable. Or an enum. Anyway. It's not as cursed as expected, but There were so many question marks there, also around the header guards. I want to do the next one. The next one is called Aqua Vitalis. It's for being buffed, this potion. So the base is water. We are adding dandelion, boiling for 1 turn. And then marigold, boiling for 2 turns. Okay. So we have to restart Automat again, so that we have fresh macro.
Static class, like behaving object, should be illegal in CP. Why waste extra 8-byte for storing defaulted statically used constructors and detours that magically invoked by CP runtime before make?
I think they can be sometimes optimized. Not sure. I'm guessing they will sometimes be optimized. Okay, I wanted to do some potion crafting. Dandelion and marigold. Reset, pick water.
They will be into static memory for release builds, and then you are hoping OS does not do dynamic stripping of executable at runtime. Dory Guttin.
I'm not sure if this recipe is going to work. It's unlikely. I think I boiled it for too long. So I will take it out a little early.
Because operating system has ability to drop memory of executable marked as global static in idle state of program. But
oh yeah, you mean swap out. Yeah. So empty constructors will be optimized out by the compiler. It's often fine to construct stuff on the global scope. The compiler will do this. Even if it's not marked as constexp, the compiler can do conversion to constexp if it sees no side effects. I like how impatient is the macro. So just hitting the key continuously, and the macro still resembles that. Okay, this is a pretty decent potion. I can leave it for a while so that it runs. The accuracy of the mouse movement, this is just crazy. It's so... I don't know if it's pixel perfect, it feels pixel perfect.
I think we would have to ask Clang Person for opinion on how to write code for global constants.
Or check Godbolt. If you have something like printf in the global constructor, then yes, it's going to be put in this init array. But if you're just computing some stuff, then it's going to fall into constant folding. Crazy, I could leave this for like half a day and it's going to just keep brewing those potions, like highest quality potions. And imagine how much work it is when you want to do this manually. This is the fastest way to do those potions. I have all the perks and characters set up to maximize the speed of potion making. The game is just sitting through the animations as you are adding each ingredient separately, and each animation is like 2-3 seconds. Speaking of compile time computation, C++ has this feature called const-eval. I still don't know the difference between const-eval and const-exp. I guess it's somewhat similar. Not sure.
URL
Near the potion.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
I'm not sure if Godbolt shows, but in elf file you have a section called init and a section called fini. Init, if you have those global static constructors, will have a list of pointers to those constructors. They are literally called constructors. And each of them will be a tiny function in the elf binary. Okay. Let me take a look at this link. Those are some, I don't know, what are those? Sections here. Oh, free.
To me, it looked like it inlined right calls here. With no memory fragments.
First, there is a jump to this badcast. It looks like this is exception handling. Or not. I'm not sure what's the behavior of cout. Because after call it seems to be doing a lot of extra work. Especially this result checking. I think a lot of these funny assemblies related to cout.
STD. Prindle is even worse here.
Typically there is this function that I learned it long ago, that I don't know what it does. I just know that you have to call it if you're using the C++ streams to make it kind of perform reasonably. But it's still doing this throw badcast, even though it has apparently no exceptions. And this is the include we want. I mean, the assembly now it's much more reasonable. It's more like for printf calls. I've also seen this optimization sometimes where instead of doing this push, call, push, call, push, call, push, call, the compiler does a sequence of pushes and then a sequence of, and not even calls, it inserts addresses of the called function on stack, and then it calls only one of them. And it constructs the stack in such a way that when a function returns, it jumps into the next one. It's like doing return-oriented programming, but compilers also sometimes do this. Okay, move RBX to RDI. RDI on Linux is the main, like the first argument. So it's using RBX as helper, RDI for passing argument. ESI is probably the second argument. Nothing crazy. Do I want more of those potions? I think I do. Why not? Okay, I will do a short break. Be right back. After I come back, I will switch to next potion type. Okay. How many of these aquavitalists we have now? $54. And each of them works for 15 minutes. Yeah, I guess it's good enough. Okay, the next potion is Artemisia, Wormwood and Sage. Finally distill, okay. Actually, 2 already. Okay, and this is the entire recipe. Be right back. nice to know that each of those segments, those blue segments in the timeline, it's like 1,000 events being sent to the game. Actually, this Artemisia, it increases strength. But do I need to increase strength? Oh, it also changes the stamina cost for attack and defense, so it's actually good. I need quite a bit of those potions because they have a fairly short duration. It's 15 minutes. I think it's a very valuable thing to have. think I will stop that. Not bad, not bad. Interesting, so north of us there is apothecary. Session? What? Oh yeah, now my character needs to drink. Time to save the game and check this strange location. I mean, apothecary. It's not far. Some ingredients here that I could possibly gather. Poppy could be useful. Nettle, perfect. I was running out of nettle. I am hoping for more valerian. I don't have much of that. Sage, that's nice. apothecary should be open. Private area. Going to be best if he has some belladonna. Okay, he has some of both of those. I could use that. Those are all their rare ingredients. Do you have any other apothecaries on the map? I think maybe in the city there will be something. Okay, there is one. And my character should now non-stop be on all of those potions. And as that over there is the city. Seen some plants. Nothing valuable. What does he have? A book on alchemy, which I don't need. Some recipes. Interesting ingredients. But nothing crazy.
Heute won't come. Why? You'll come. Danke. Das war ein gutes Geschäft, mein Herr. Grüß dich. What about poisons? Where else? Here in Kuttenberg? There was such a miscreant here. He rapped when poisoning began. It said he leave Rabstein. Wiedersehen.
I think it's good to save the game now. And time to make the last of the potions I wanted to make. This is what it is. It's a fairly big one. Increase of stamina. It's super valuable. I'm afraid I will have to delete this sequence of keys and start again. Up, please. I need St. John's Wort, Dandelion, Comfrey. Let's start. Reset position, start with oil. And I messed up. I need to see how to make it actually. So let's first stop macro recording. Let's restart Automat. Starting with grinding St. John's Wort. Now I need to add dandelion. Use the bellows. Sweet. That was a fairly complex potion. How long is the macro? It's... I can see. 2 minutes? Oh, it's 2 minutes. This is probably one of the best potions for combat. Increases stamina regen. I'm thinking about small things that could be improved in this macro setup on top. I guess one thing might be we are using those switches that switch the timeline on and off. It would be nice if this was not necessary. But there needs to be a way to configure the overrun behavior of a simple signal. This hotkey, it generates just a simple on-off. I mean on-off. The hotkey generates a symbol, like instant signal. Just, you know, a signal is there, something should happen. It cannot really distinguish between start and stop. I mean, theoretically it could. I actually get signal for when a hotkey started and stopped, so I get both of those. Maybe. I think this whole thing with cable that can signal both instant events and on-off state was a mistake. Maybe we should distinguish between those two different types. Because if we distinguish between them, then I could insert, maybe not insert, I could make it so that if you connect hotkey to timeline, it could show you an option, like when you connect it, it could ask you, hey, do you want to turn it on, or restart it, or toggle it? Something like that.
Safer Book says,
Highlight. Yeah, I think this would be a good idea to have distinct types for a connection that can send simple events and a distinct type for connection that can flip other objects on or off in this continuous fashion. I think the shape of this widget could be better. Xinjiang is not very... It doesn't say very much. I was thinking of a more standard switch. More like a button that you see on a wall that flips light on and off. So that's one. This switching right now, I think it could be simpler. I think we could eliminate one of those objects. This switch, it could be automatic. I mean, when I drag the connection from the hotkey over the timeline, instead of connecting directly to the timeline, I could show a fan with 3 options. And each of those options would mean a different type of connection. For example, the default one, which starts an object, but if it's already running, it does nothing, so ignore overrun. There could be an option that does the toggle, like what we have currently. There could be an option that does restart. There could be an option that does some kind of pause, maybe. Or maybe from the right-click bubble menu on the timeline, I could have option to create those adapters, like extra objects, that when executed would cause one of those events to happen. So that connecting directly to timeline wouldn't do this, but timeline would be able to create some of those helper objects. Actually, that sounds interesting. I think the idea with fun, with options, could actually use the same interface within timeline. So each object would kind of expose a bunch of methods that can be invoked on it. So that when I carry connection, I could like list those methods on top of the object. Each of the method would be visually represented as some kind of object. It would also be nice to signal the on-off state to this toggle object above, so that when timeline finishes and stops, I could signal to this previous object that a timeline has stopped and it would disable itself. I'm also thinking how this could work with the mouse, because right now I have just a bunch of objects for doing stuff with mouse, like this left mouse down, up, right mouse down, up. I have this turtle that moves the mouse around that I have to change to proper mouse object. And all of them seem like methods on a single mouse object. And I would ideally like to combine them into a single mouse object, so that we would save more space in the toolbar. So I could have a single mouse object that represents a mouse. It could store like device ID of the mouse, for instance. And I could use that to again expose those extra objects that can press and release individual buttons to generate those objects. I don't like that it would increase the path that the user has to go through to do simple scripts. Like this mouse button down and up. Maybe mouse could work like assembler and be created on demand, so I would add just mouse button down. And this central mouse object, I don't even know what useful could it do. Because it would just represent a mouse, it couldn't do anything. What's the point of having something on screen that isn't doing anything? And this is kind of important, because there could be so many different decompositions of the idea of a mouse into different objects, into different primitive objects. For example, right now I have those separate mouse down and mouse up objects, but I could have similarly to key presser, just a single mouse object with a presser over mouse button. If you like those simple events, like mouse down, mouse up, they are more true. I mean, this is how actual device works. I mean, API works. An application can receive multiple mouse down events in succession, even though the mouse has only one button and it cannot be pressed repeatedly without being released. But this is how API works. I think this is more faithful to the underlying API. we could have two levels of nesting. We could have a mouse object, which represents a mouse. Within mouse, we could have several button objects that represent buttons. And those buttons could be reactive, but inside they could embed a procedural mouse down, mouse up state transitions. So that when the button state transitions from one to the other, we would send an event. This sort of thinking is most exhausting, actually. It's harder than programming, like thinking how to break complex object into things on screen that can be assembled easily. Maybe it doesn't really matter in the end. The point is to have tons of objects. Okay, one way to think about this is to think about how hardware works and focus on representing hardware within Automat. A faithful hardware representation would focus on devices and the messages that those devices can send and receive. If that was the case, then a mouse would be a single object, and by writing to this single object, we would generate events in the system. By reading those messages, we would get those events out, and those events would be diverse. It wouldn't be just a stream of coordinates or a stream of up and down messages, it would be a stream of HID reports, just like it actually works in hardware. Actually, this kind of makes sense. So we could have a mouse object, and the job of the mouse object would be to understand what the mouse is capable of. Like it would just parse the descriptor, understand all of the axes that the mouse has, and all of the buttons that it has, and then this mouse object would expose those internal kind of, it would expose helper objects to control those fields essentially. I would have to read a little bit more about how input works in Linux, but this sounds like it could actually work. And this also aligns with our plans for mouse movement. And plans being that we will try to write to a device file. Yeah, and actually this is even more general than mouse, because if we could have an object that could represent just HID device and expose it in a generic fashion, that would be sweet. That would cover not only mouse, but basically any input device that can have some controllable access. Okay. We'll stop the alchemy here. I think we have enough of those potions. It's called Henry's Bug's Blood. 108. Perfect. Horse is over encumbered. That's just like my character. Should also make some of those fox potions, I guess. Maybe I will do this another time. Actually, another time We'll probably not play Kingdom Come Deliverance. We will... It wasn't much playing. We will focus on the new mouse appearance. I like the turtle, but the turtle has to go. It's too distracting. It doesn't support the rest of the environment. It will be just a mouse with directional... It will be a mouse with some kind of display that will show the trajectory of the mouse. It's going to use the same texture as other mouse objects. And turtle, I think we will use turtle as a connection type. So when I connect, save and quit. So when I have this sort of object, this connection, instead of using regular cable, the connection is going to be shaped like a turtle. Yeah, so turtle is going to be the connector. And the reason is that this connector represents a two-dimensional movement. When I... yeah, my mouse moves by itself. The idea is that the turtle moves the other object, which is on top. And maybe the turtle could even have a display that shows the movement trajectory. This way we could avoid the display on the mouse. Or maybe there should be a display on the mouse. Okay. So we've done the mouse coordinates. Next stream we are going to do this. Not make the turtle do something, but better mouse movement widget. Okay, I guess this is it for today. Next stream, as usual, Monday. So see you then. Bye bye.